Let me mark this as the start of the VOD. So, hello everyone. Um, Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. Um, I was gonna wait until I did some roulettes to start the YouTube VOD, but I think this is fine. I think starting here is fine. Um, we are currently roll number 24 in the leveling queue. So yeah, since last time I did do some leveling. I've got Dark Knight to 35 and Machinist to 35, which I figured would be good because those were the ones that we had started on the stream. So we can continue those storylines. I've also been just kind of working on leveling other things. Got Arcanist up to 35 for both Scholar, Scholar and Summoner, Arcanist. Getting that Thaumaturg up to Black Mage, got Marauder up to Warrior. So, still need to get my Conjurer up to White Mage, but that will come in time. Let's go ahead and head over to Foundation. And what we can do is, let's see, we've got the Voice in the Abyss and Always the Last Place You Look that are both available. Also, if I were to go to here, the Athenium Astrologicum, I could pick up Astrologer, which is a good healing class. I don't use it very often, so I'm not great at it. I usually use White Mage and White Mage and Sage the most. Hello, Skirks. Yeah, I'm trying to get back into streaming more often. Sorry, I didn't realize I had stuff stuck in my throat there. So yeah, Astro's interesting, but it can definitely be a little complex. So that's kind of the problem I have with it, is that it's like complex and I end up not doing it right. So, hello, kitty cat. Can I help you? I don't know where the other camera went. I guess it fell down or something. Not sure, I don't immediately see it. So, so let's switch over to Dark Knight. I went and glamored our Dark Knight to use the basic like noob gear for now, because kind of a dark suit of armor. Once we hit level 50, we'll get like the actual Dark Knight armor. And this guy's named Crash Bandicoot. That's great. I'll probably like glamour that in or something. So, I'm trying to decide because I'm worried that I'm gonna like start a cutscene and then this is gonna pop and then it's gonna be like, no. I think I'm just gonna, we're at, you know, number 5 in the waiting list here. So I think we'll just wait a moment for the leveling queue to pop, and then once that happens, you know, we'll go jump into the quests. I gotta say, I don't know what set Corbin over there was wearing, but it is a good set. But this was, right as he disappeared too. That was a Dark Knight, so I had to restart so many cutscenes because of queues. Yeah, the main issue is that if I'm in the cutscene, I have to skip the cutscene in order to switch to the right class. So, oh, there it is. So, I really didn't want to do that. Oops, my portrait's broken, as always. Oh good, Totodrak. Will I get a chance to fight at all? Let's find out. I'm just gonna cast Blizzard at the moment, just because it's fast. That said, I do see that we now have the level 2 Astral and Umbral things. So that's good. Once we get to a boss, I'll use fire, but fire takes so long to cast in these low level dungeons that it's almost pointless to even bother. Ah, my nose. There's a reason I don't like Q as Black Mage on my main. Unless I'm doing like level 50 or higher content. So Because I hate doing these, like, level 20 and level 30 and such roulettes as freaking Black Mage. Like, level 50 sucks, even, you know, on its own. But at least it's not as bad as these, like, really early levels. You know? I have a rotation. As, you know, level 50, yeah, level 50. Hello. Switch to Blizzard. Use a little bit of Thunder. And switch to Fire. There we go. Meow. Meow. What? What? Come here. If you want attention, you have to come here, cat. Yeah, the first few levels are rough on... I mean, the first few levels are rough on most classes. It's just Black Mage especially is not great at early level. But getting into, like, some of the Heavensward and Stormblood, and especially, like, the Shadowbringers and the Endwalker dungeons, you get some pretty good ones out there. It stands to reason that as the game would progress, you know, the devs would learn more of what to do and how to do it better. You would think, anyway. There might be an MMO company out there that hasn't figured that out, you know. But that's neither here nor there. They got level... Yeah, I got Black Mage to level 50. And then I didn't level it at all until everything else was level 60. Admittedly, and it's very true what people say, once you get to level 70, Black Mage becomes considerably better. So, I think level 70 and level 80 are the perfect Black Mage classes. So, Ascetic's Half Robe. Yeah, I'll take that. Assuming nobody else does. I mean, that Conjurer might grab it too, so. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just sort of the problem. You know, they can't remove Realm Reborn from, you know, the player experience. All they can kind of do is try to improve it to the best of their ability. And they have. They have done some considerable improvements to Realm Reborn since, you know, the initial launch. But I don't think they'll ever be able to make it, like, the best, you know? It's just, it would just be too difficult. You know, it would cost too much resources and things like that to sit down and be like, okay, let's just completely rebuild the old game. And like, World of War, and the other thing is, World of Warcraft tried that, and it did not go well. And so I think Square Enix kind of looks at that and goes, let's not do that, you know? Nah, I've currently got the best gear that I've got on me. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing, is and that's what I don't know how you would solve. Because yeah, there's definitely been a lot of players that I've seen fall off from Realm Reborn. They're like, it just isn't, you know, like, I don't like the way this beginning is. And it's like, once you get into Heavensward, everything changes. Even more so in Stormblood, but like, everything really changes once you get into Heavensward. But even so, like, there's still just a lot of bad in Realm Reborn. And I don't know how you would fix that without either completely rewriting it or removing it, or, you know, like, maybe if instead of raising the level cap, they reset the level cap and like gave us a completely new, you know, start to the game, similar to World of Warcraft. But also, it kind of depends on if they continue to do what they are currently doing. Because right now, everything that they have done in Final Fantasy XIV has been a single continuous story. You know? And so you can't really, you know, skip ahead at any point. You know, World of Warcraft, each expansion has been its own condensed storyline, you know? But FF14, like, up until now, everything has been one continuous story. You know, there's been the B-plot of each expansion, which is what each expansion has been based off of. But it all still comes around to the main storyline that's going on, featuring, you know, the Ascians and all of the things, you know, Zodiac and Hydaelyn and all that. Like, it's all been connected to that. So, whoops. GG. Thunder 2! Awesome. Hunter's Monocle. And a bow of owls. along with the Thalassian Targ. I don't need either of those. But it seems like nobody else does either, so I will grade them and call it good. Oh, I didn't GG, but oh well. I don't think I got anything else that was magic. I don't know why this is in my inventory and not my armory chest. That was kind of odd. Yeah, and then none of all of this is like acolyte stuff and things. Okay. Alright, yeah, I don't have any other gear to equip. So we will just call what I have here fine. Ah! There are a couple of things I would like to get my hands on eventually for like portraits and such. Because like I would like to get the draw and the sheath and like the victory and the battle emotes, because I use those for portraits on my main. So but let's go ahead and continue our, let's see, okay, hidden chapter. Cool, so I did unlock the next quest for that. Blood weapon. Frey has been waiting for you for a long time. I had a feeling you'd come by today, Rin. And sure enough, there you are, eager to pick up where we left off. Let's start with a question then. You must be burning with several after that last affair. What was that voice I heard? Why were you detained by the Inquisition? What became of the old woman and her granddaughter? What's the voice I heard? Ah, yes, the voice. The one you heard when you first touched the crystal. An excellent question, but a difficult one to answer. Some say it is a beacon guarding the dark night to her true calling. Whose is it, you ask? Only you can discover that, for each night must hearken to a different voice. As you grow more accustomed to drawing upon your dark side, you will come to hear it more clearly. Communion will hasten this process, but we dare not conduct the rites here under the watchful eye of the Holy See. We will make for southern Thanalan, for Little Alamigo. Ooh. Little Alamigo. But yeah, I figured it would also be good to get some other classes up to level 50. That way I can do stuff like Alliance roulettes and trials and 50s and stuff without like astronomically leveling up freaking Paladin. So I do have Red Mage that's level 50 now as well. Well, I mean it unlocks at level 50, but I picked up Red Mage. I'm probably going to pick up Samurai at some point as well. Punctual as ever, I see. Communion, lest you worry, is rather simple. It is a ritual in which one nurtures the darkness within, so that she may channel it more effectively in battle. Do not, however, presume there is to be any less than before. Should you partake of it in excess, you will die, or worse. So before we begin, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to kill something for me. Something feral, something fearsome which will push you to your limits. I ask to see you thrive in that moment. That way, I know you are ready. Ask Gundebold. He should know of a suitable creature. Gundebold. Gundebold, Hremfing, Hihara, Amlet. Yeah, both Samurai and Red Mage are in Ul'dah. So, a pleasure to see you again, Rin. Do you require assistance? I'm looking for something big and mean to fight, to train. Training? Well, if you seek dangerous beasts for that purpose, then the Red Labyrinth is home to Paists notorious for their size and vigor. Our trappers take great pains to avoid their nests, and those who do not bear scars for their folly. I pity the man who dies without scars, but these Paists sound promising. Tell me more. They've attacked caravans loaded with old goat carcasses before. Smell drives them into a frenzy. This should serve to drive them out of hiding. Rin, I'll always be grateful for what you did. Those young ones were on the verge of making a terrible mistake. So consumed with anger were they. I hesitated to act, even though I saw it burning within them, as I see it burning within you now. Don't worry, I got this. You seek the darkness within. Yeah, I totally said that. I'll not claim to understand your meaning, but I wish you well in your training. Let's go. Blah, blah, blah. Alright. I wanted to clear my sinuses right quick. And hopefully that helps a little. I might have accidentally clogged my ears a little though. I may have forgotten to take off the headset before blowing my nose. Which means that the pressure has no way to, escape. And it clogs my ears ever so slightly. Ah, they're close. I can feel their eyes upon us. Well, we're here. Show me who you are, Rin. Show me what you can do. I'm waiting. Go ahead and use our old goat meat over here. And go and hide over here. Cragbite Paiste. When do I get Edge of Darkness? Level 40? Okay. That wasn't so hard, now was it? To mete out justice, to protect the weak from the strong, and so forth. You yourself must be strong. Strength is pain. Strength is suffering. Strength is sacrifice. We must prepare for communion, but not here. Come, before more priests are drawn by the smell. All right. Time for communion. You look ready. Good. Now listen well. Close your eyes and hold out your hand towards me. Breathe deep through your nose. Let the air fill your lungs. And let it pass from your lips. Slower. Slower. Listen to my voice. Listen to your heartbeats. Listen for the other. With every breath you grow lighter and slip farther into the abyss. One foot in front of the other, over and over again. To the ends of the world and back again. This would have actually been a good, moment to pull out my little voice changer and utilize that.
And its time has no end. Still look forward and onward, over and over again.
And of course, that's the only line that was left. So, what did you hear? Interesting, but not terribly informative. But do not lose heart. That you were able to hear it once more is progress enough. I believe we'll come to understand its words and its will in due time. I should mention that in some instances the voice is said to be that of another, one whom the Dark Knight is fated to seek out. If that is the case, you may have a long journey ahead of you. So you would welcome such a journey? There's something to be said for it, and for travel, for that matter, to roam free and help those in need. Yet no good deed goes unpunished, does it? I knew a woman once, wanted to be a hero, do great things, and so she did. Songs always end there, but life doesn't, does it? There are temptations more deadly than a dark side, Rin. You should have learned this by now, but you haven't. You will. The communion is ended, and with it, our time together. But we shall meet again as we did before. Unfortunate that I finally got the voice where I wanted it to be. Right as the thing ended. Yay! We now have Blood Weapon, which I will promptly, very rarely ever use. but it's fine. It doesn't become like a staple of your rotation until you get into some of the higher levels for Dark Knight, unfortunately. But while we're doing quests, why don't we also run over here and continue the Machinist storyline? Stephen Ivian would invite you on an expedition to Lunasia. Heat Blast! Nice. Oh well, maybe next playthrough, right? Greetings, Rin. Have you become practiced at defeating your foes from a distance? With the range of our weapons, even skyborn dragons will learn to respect the threat posed by a trained machinist. Despite the proven efficacy of our cannons and ballistas, however, many knights of Ishgard continue to eschew firearms in favor of the spear and the sword. The creaking chains of tradition. Hark! The very creaking I spoke of draws near. Oh, I have messed on Discord. Well, my D&D players messaging me about something. Ugh! This stifling heat and sulphurous stench. I can scarcely breathe. And worse, I can scarcely bear the sight of mine own son, garbed in such filthy garments. Why must you persist in this infatuation with smithing, of all things? 'Tis called machinistry, father. You need not come at all if the air in the workshop so offends you. Would that I could shed this onerous duty, but as manufactuary chief I must needs supervise its observations. The operations, rather. Supervise? You barely visit but once a moon, and relegate every management task to Fomalot. And what of it? Smithing is a commoner's profession, even as overseer is the role of a noble. As one of the 4 founders of Ishgard, House Helionat enjoys a privileged position, but misfortune has waged a constant war of attrition on our forces, and our claim to that position grows weak. Thus must we attend to our duties with uncommon zeal, even duties as common as this one. But we shall not suffer this mean predicament forever. No, my son, you will reclaim the honor of our family with spear in hand. You must needs become a knight of skill nonpareil, and bear our flag onto the field of battle. Father, the face of war changes with each passing day. Soon will come a time when machinists shall form the bulk of our armies. Should you cling to these stagnant ideas of yours, you will be swept over by the wave that carries us forward. I tire of your flights of fancy, Stephen Ivian. Without successes to back them, your arguments ring as empty as my treasure room. The Holy See has announced a tourney. You will best serve your house by returning to the practice field, and then claiming victory in the melee. I regret that you are subject to our squabbles, but Father's attitude is sadly representative of the greater part of Ishgardian's populace. Their heads may as well be made from the stone of the city walls. I have, however, designed a weapon of such brilliance that the light of its potential will penetrate even the densest minds. Frostenthal and Joy will accompany me to Raincatcher Gully to gather materials for the prototype. Why don't you join us? practicing your marksmanship in this guard will only invite suspicion and ridicule. And this is the perfect opportunity to receive further tutelage from Rostenthal. That you might also train under the warm rays of Linasia's sun is simply a fortuitous boon. I do like that all of these quests take place in, like, the old regions. I forget, where the frick is Raincatcher Gully? Obviously, it's in Lanasia. Oh yeah, Eastern. Got it. Alright, over to Eastern then. Oops. I don't have this chocobo keep over here. Nothing, I'm good. I just need to pick up that chocobo. Yay, rain. Raincatcher Gully docks. All the way up here. And all the way down there. Right next to that fate is where we are headed. Oh, go away. It's not gonna just go away. Oh, but then it does. Sometimes I hate the way aggro works in this game. Because now that it's gone back, because I attacked it while it was like de-aggroing, it re-aggroed. Whatever. I'll just kill these guys. It's not that big of a deal, I suppose. That said, it is kind of interesting that they give you hypercharge. But Heat Blast is at a different level, considering that hypercharge leads to Heat Blast. I don't know why you would use hypercharge otherwise. Got yourself dragged out here as well, did you? And the boss said he needed some Magitech pot. I just had to open me big gob about this Garlean wreck in the gully. It's been rusting here for nigh on 5 years now, though as any useful bits and bobs was likely stripped out long ago. But seeing as we've trekked all this bloody way, we might as well see how you've got it. See how you've come in your shooting. Go say hello to the other two and keep them safe while they're concentrating on their scrounging. Oh, yeah. I thought this was a tree. I didn't even realize that this is a Magitech like thing. That's great. I totally missed that. Ah, you came. Splendid. Though I'm afraid the rewards have yet to meet the risks of this monster-infested crash site. And speaking of monsters, they're right here. Yeah, without Heat Blast, this doesn't do anything. I mean, I guess it increases the potency of my attacks by a whopping 20 points, which is basically nothing. but practicing your marksmanship, are ya? Maybe I'll have half a moment's peace to look for the pot while you watch me back. Oh, not again. Take care of that, would you, Rin? I would, but before I can take care of what's actually attacking you, I have to take care of what's attacking me. There. Now I'll take care of what's attacking her. Which are these dudes? Like, 20 potency is not much, if anything. Whoops. There we go. Cleared out the monster infestation. Well, at least the ones that were bothering them. You've been working all those shots, haven't you, lass? I'd say you're good and ready to... Bloody hells, that's a big one. You're up, Rin. Oh, look. A jungle gooboo. So I was dealing, what, 104 with Hypercharge active, and I was dealing 96 with Hypercharge not active. It's like 10 points. It's not even 10 points. 8 points. Aye, nice form, lass. Tightly grouped shots. Now, was it just me eyes playing tricks? Or did something other than guts drop out of that thing's belly? It's like a bit of machinery. The boss would have a better idea than me. Magitech Gyroscope, number 41. Click. Confound it. All this way and not to show for it. Aside from your obvious improvements on marksmanship, of course. What's that you have there? Magitech Gyroscope, number 41. Several metal rings hinged together to spin and rotate independently of one another. What this fantastic creation could be used for is beyond you. And this spilled out along with the creature's innards, you say? Extraordinary. By the Fury, do you know what this is? You found the very component I was searching for. That's wonderful, me lordship. Our fortunes took a turn for the better the moment you walked through the workshop doors, Rin. Found in a rare Magitech part in a beast's belly, ain't fortune. That's bloody sorcery. Well, so I'd think if I didn't see you shoot the damn thing with my own two eyes. Nice work there, by the way, Rin. Can already hear the whirring of my invention come to life. Come, we must return to the manufactory at once. Alright. And with that, we have finished these quests, basically. More or less. I mean, obviously we have to turn the quest in, but, you know, still. More or less, you know, we've basically finished it. That truly was a stroke of luck, Rin. With that wretchedly red gyroscope in hand, twill only be a matter of time until I have a working prototype. Instead of twiddling your thumbs until its completion, however, you'll have your hands full mastering a new skill. Rosenthal bade me pass on to you the particulars of Heat Blast. Train hard, my friend. Woo! Heat Blast. Let's see. Let me go ahead and grab the steel-barreled musketoon. And dump all of my inventory. And then we can sell these. Cool. And one last thing before we go off to do our Renaissance Lost was where we left off, I think. Let's go to the Gold Saucer and get some MGP. Because a couple of things that I'm looking for require MGP. So I need to do the mini Cactpot. I need to be doing this regularly, but I just forget. 10 MGP to earn literally more than that. You cannot earn less. In fact, I think the lowest you can earn is 36. So it's always a boost of some kind. Hey, 10,000. Very nice. Unfortunately, not every card has a 10,000 marker. Like this one. This one does not. The 1 and the 2 and the 3 are in completely different slots. MGP was always a chore. It is. MGP is definitely a chore. Ah, that's an 8, not a 3. Darn. But I just sell the cards. I'll build up a bunch of cards and then I'll sell them. So, yeah, so many good rewards come from here. Like, it's ridiculous. Oops, wrong person. Price claim. That dude that I talked to just now is there in case you run completely out of MGP. Which you can really only do by either buying something that is exactly the amount of MGP that you have, or by playing one of the little, like, casino games. So, Bunny Chief outfit. I don't have enough though. The bustier is 120 and the tights are 36. And then I also still need the pumps and the loops and the crown if I'm going to get the full set. I did pick up the Oasis doublet and the Oasis half-trues the last time I was here though. We don't have anything for any of the mounts. Let's see. Which one is this? This is Big Grin. I don't need that one. Bee's Knees, Gold Dance, and Thavnarian Dance are all MGP. Draw and Sheath are both 100,000 MGP. Good grief. Those are the ones that I really want. You did glamour the bunny outfit. Makes sense. Makes sense. That was like the first thing I thought about getting with MGP was the bunny outfit. So thanks, I hate it. That's the caster. This is the healer. This is what I have on my Reaper. Well, not that specifically. I have the Reaper version, which is the Common Mackay Hollower's Jerkin. So, it's slightly different, but not by much. But yeah, this is what I have on my Reaper, on my main. So, I do not have this outfit. This is for Gunbreaker. So, I'm curious if they will add more prizes to collect in the next expansion or not. Look at this wild thing. Like, what is this? Like, what the frick are these, dude? Oh, interesting. This is the Common Mackay Manhandler's Jerkin. Has the same appearance as the one for the Reaper. Limited time event Leap of Faith has begun. I probably should, but I'm not gonna. Oh, I didn't even see it right there. Rin has reached max level. Sad. Whoops. I did not mean to resummon Rin. I wanted to summon Mist. Earth Crystal. Actually, no, that was fine. Because that was also quick exploration. Cool. Alright. Got some stuff from my retainers. Not a lot, but some stuff. So let's head back to Foundation. I want to do one quick thing. I'll go to Jeweled Crozier. You know, Serene Wednesdays are pretty cool too. Nice. Let's see. Registrable miscellanea. Let's see what's in here. Because I think you can buy some emotes here. Confirm, Scheme, Fist Pump, Lean. Woo! 290,000. Bread. Read. Insist. High five. Guard. Malevolence. Rice ball. Eat apple. Ring hands. Broom. This is the painting one. The wow emote, the reference emote, the humble triumph emote. I don't even know what that is. Oh, the Garbanian plate though. That's a really nice hairstyle. Oh boy, though, is it really expensive. 1.4 mil. Jeez. Alright, well, we're not getting any of this stuff here. Like I had thought I might. Because, good grief. Samurai barding? It does seem like it's going up in price. Maybe after, a couple more months, it'll have reached a point where it's worth selling. I bought a few of them because they were going for like a lot during one of the events, except that people were then able to just buy a bunch of them during the events, and so they went considerably down in price. They're like 300,000 or 400,000 after the event was over. But they're getting back up in price, so I might be able to sell them again. Or I might be able to sell them at some point, rather. 400k for a freaking parasol! I guess it's just the regular parasol that's that much, though. Good grief. Here, spy sky blue parasol. Then we can stay out of the snow and the rain by going into our fashion accessories and enabling auto umbrella. Actually, I don't even know if it works during the snow, because it didn't, like, pop it. It might only work during the rain, but that's fine. Either way. So let's go ahead and make our way out here to Falcon's Nest. I'm thinking I want to do some daily roulettes while we're waiting, or while we're doing this. Get some level 50s. Alright, no flight yet. Whee! Eventually I will remember that. So I'm going to quest as Red Mage for a moment while we're trying to get into our level 50 roulettes, since we only have level 50 dungeons right now. And then we'll probably sit down and do some Alliance raid. We'll see if we can get Is it Circus Tower that I haven't done yet? Oh, no, I did all 3 of them. Okay. I did not remember doing all 3 of them. I thought I had only done 2 of them. But nope, looks like I've done all 3. That's right. Because I did Circus Tower and people were like rushing as fast as they could through it. And I made a big deal like, hey, you know, I understand that this is like the 50 gazillionth time we've done this, but can we maybe not rush? You know, for those who have cutscenes and whatnot. And then I was the only person that had a cutscene. There, below us, Camp Rivers meet. What remains of it? I see no way to descend the cliff safely from here. Should we fall, the beast below would make short work of us. Come, I know a path to the river bed below, east of the Black Iron Bridge. Do. So yeah, we don't want to jump down right now. Because we need to come over here to the Black Iron Bridge and speak with Artorial. As the reconnaissance party came this way, I see no sign of it. Still, it is possible that recent storms have obscured their trail, or that they took an alternate route to Camp Rivers Meet. Till we investigate the camp itself, we cannot be certain. We must press on. Down we go. As we attempt to avoid the bergthers that are all around us, and instead just try to run our way past the Black Iron Bridge and on to Camp Rivers Meet over there. I don't really see a point in fighting all these enemies when we can just run right past them, so as long as we're on Chocobo, we are faster than they. Maybe not by much at the moment, just because, but still. Here's Artorial. It's a frozen aetheryte. So if you didn't know, and I found this out by looking up some information on FF14 1.x, the whole of this, the Western Highlands, was actually originally in the 1.x version of FF14. In fact, the only section of Kurthus that wasn't in FF14 was Ishgard. The Central Highlands was, the Western Highlands was, and actually there was even an Eastern Highlands, as well as a Central Lowlands in, you know, the 1.x version. So, but yeah, you used to be able to come here to Camp Rivers Meet and use this aetheryte and stuff. You know, Falcon's Nest was where you entered, but you could go to like Camp Rivers Meet and use this aetheryte. And I can't see it right now, but there's a place on here called the Twin Pools, over here, that was, you know, you could come over here to the Twin Pools. you know? Yeah, Ishgard was released in Heavensward, along with the Western Highlands, along with both Abalathia's Spine and Dravania. So, these areas were added in the Heavensward expansion. So, but they used to be part of the base of Final Fantasy XIV back in the 1.x. This is before Realm Reborn. Because Final Fantasy XIV came out. It was a complete and utter, disaster. And basically Square Enix had two options. They could either scrap the entire MMO and basically end up going bankrupt in the process, or they could remake all of Final Fantasy XIV in the course of about a year and a half. And in doing so, hopefully be able to make their money back for what FF14 initially cost. And needless to say, their bid did, work, because FF14 is generally considered to be the best MMO ever at current. And that's not my opinion. That's what 90% of all of the news outlets and stuff will say. They're like, oh look, Final Fantasy XIV, this is the best MMO you'll ever play. And it's nice. Imagine going from, you have created the worst thing to ever exist, and turning it into the best MMO ever in a matter of a year and a half. What the frick, dude? Are you alright? I heard sounds of struggle. Thank the Fury. Thought no one would come. 3 heretics slain and 1 knight saved, just like that. Certainly live up to your reputation, Mistress Akagi. What happened here, sir? Is there no one else? We were caught in a furious blizzard north of here, my lord. Not but white all around, until we saw shapes moving towards us, running towards us with naked steel in their hands. Cut down a few of the bastards who came close, but the others, they were shouting and screaming. But after a while, I could only hear unfamiliar voices. Found my way to the camp, hoping to hide while the storm passed. But the heretics tracked you here. Yeah, 11 is still going, as far as I've heard, so... FF14 is celebrating 10 years of the release of Realm Reborn. Whereas FF11 is celebrating 20 years of release. So, hi, my lord, the heretics' hideaway lies somewhere to the north. We must move quickly, before the snow buries all traces of their passing. For my brothers, we must... Have faith, sir. Justice will be done. But first we must see you to safety. Just gonna go ahead and take that Alagon silver piece. I've never played 11, so I have no idea. If it's any good or not. Ooh. Lord Artorial seems loath to forego any opportunity to locate the heretic's hiding place. He has the right of it, Mistress Akagi. Whatever remains of the Heretic's trail will be gone with the next snowfall, but we cannot very well leave our friend here. I will see him to Falcon's Nest and gather reinforcements. In the meantime, I would have you search the area to the north of the camp for signs of the attack. As you pick up the Heretic's trail... Oh, I'll let you start. I'll let you talk. I'll let you deal with the Silver Wolf. I hate... This is one thing I dislike. I really wish that the game would, like, have something set up so that it can, like, detect when you're in, like, dialogue. I mean, it doesn't happen in cutscenes, you know? But, like, here I am at level, basically. And so I'm getting attacked by the enemies. In the meantime, I would have you search the area to the north of the camp for signs of the attack. Should you pick up the Heretic's trail, do not wait for me. Follow it back to their lair forthwith, being sure to leave me some clear footprints. I realize that this plan may place you in considerable danger, but I see no alternative. Rest assured, we will not be far behind. Henrin, thank you. Off to the north, then. But first, let's do a level 50 dungeon. But yeah, back in FF14 1.x, the Kurthus area was all like grassland. How fun. I hate this one so much. It's not the worst. But it's certainly not the best of the level 50s. And once again, as is normal, the tank is just absolutely pulling to the max. I mean, if the healer's fine with it, and if they can handle it, I don't care. It's just really annoying. Is all. Oh yeah. The calamity caused the elementals to go nuts, basically. And Kurthus happened to have a large supply of ice elemental that had been sleeping, basically, resting, you know. And as soon as Dalamud fell and caused the calamity, all of those ice elementals, ice sprites, if you will, basically woke up and froze everything, basically over a course of a couple of days. So... I mean, it also has been 5 years since the calamity, but... like, that was one of their big things with Realm Reborn, was they drastically altered entire land masses. With the calamity. A little fun fact, Ul'dah actually only used to have 2 exits. It used to have the, Steps of Nald and the Steps of Thal, or the Gate of Nald and the Gate of Thal. In Realm Reborn, they added the Sultana's Gate. So Western Thanalan wasn't initially accessible in Realm Reborn. Or the 1.x version. So well, it was accessible. It just wasn't accessible from Ul'dah. You had to go a completely different route to get into Ul'dah. But there were actually a lot of changes like that throughout the game. So, Mordona, for example. Mordona actually used to stretch all the way out to, go all the way around the lake where Midgardsormr is. But now it doesn't. It's much smaller. That said, if you dislike any of the low-level dungeons, like Todorak or Tamtara Deepcroft, you really didn't want to play the 1.x version. The dungeons were 4 times the size than they are now. And I'm not kidding. They were massive in the original 1.x. They got cut down massively in the initial release of Realm Reborn. And then Endwalker went in and cut them down even further. So think about that. I will, if I remember after this dungeon, I can show you some of the maps of the old zones. Because it's kind of crazy how different they are. Ah, my nose. Well, I'd hoped that would clear my nose, but it didn't. I was blowing my nose during that entire combat, but it did not help me at all. Well, I just figured I'd load up the pictures here after the dungeon. You know, show them, just showing them on the stream there. Wow, lots of explosions. Didn't quite have 50 on my thing. Oh no, he's not doing the rushing part yet. Good enough. As long as we stay in the middle. Nice! Got him before he went into his invincibility. Woo! I hate that next phase. GG. A patch of aiming, striking, heavy dark light flanchard. Oh, okay. Tank stuff. Let's see. Map of Kurthus. Here we go. In the Final Fantasy Wiki version 1.0, I can grab the map of Kurthus here. And I can add a browser extension of this. So here is the entirety of Kurthus in 1.x. What is this? 5,325 by 4096. Well, now it's huge. Kind of figured, but let me fit the screen and then we'll mess around with it. I just didn't want it to be like fuzzy because I had it at a low resolution. But here you can see, why is this not like snapping anymore? I'm so confused. Nope, that didn't do it. Oh, I don't know why now all of a sudden it's not. Like staying the normal, like it's not staying like attached to the edges. Let me do something. Let me just download the image directly. I'll put it in. Nope, that is not what I want you to do. I want you to download the image, not the thing. Sure, that'll be fine. And then if I go here, then I should be able to load it back up. There we go. So here we have the Kurthus Western Highlands. And while it does take some level of knowing the Eorzean alphabet, you can see the twin pools, the two blue spaces there. Falcon's Nest is down here at the bottom corner, for example. And so this was the Western Highlands, just on its own. Let me see if I can at least reduce this a little bit without, messing it all up. I can see what I did that messed it up, but it's not easy to fix. Also, here's a whole other section. The dungeon is let's see, what was the dungeon called here? Can I even see it? No, I can't even see it. So the dungeon that you go into in Western Highlands is up here. If you look, there's a little bit of text there, kind of in the center of the screen. There it is. This little building symbol. I know I can't I don't have any way of marking. You just kind of have to go by where I'm saying. But this building here in the middle, that was where the current dungeon was for the Western Highlands. This, what is it, Steel Vigil or whatever it's called, Iron Vigil. And then here you had a bridge over here into the Western or the Central Highlands. And if you actually look through this map of the Central Highlands, you'll be able to notice that it is more or less the same. It's not exactly the same. But it is, let's see, how do I make this bigger? I know there's a way to expand. I guess that'll work. I know there's a way to like make it full screen, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah, I have no idea how to make it full screen. Nope. Interesting. But yeah, so if you look, you can kind of notice that this map here matches up really well with this map here. Let me see if I can't shrink it down a little bit so that it's a little easier to see. But yeah, I mean, you can see, you know, there's this up here, which leads up into Kurthus, which you can see right here. And then right next to that, you can see where Whitebrim is. This section is right there. And on the right side, you can see that, like, this wasn't fully available. Like, this section here wasn't completely available. Kind of just ended up here by Providence Point. Then you can see that the nail, this giant area here, is on the map. It's in the center here. And you can see, you know, where Dragon Head is and all of that. But then, there's the Kurthan Central Lowlands, which don't even exist, as far as I can tell, in the game. Like, look at this. Look at this area. Like, the Central Lowlands isn't even there. And the Highlands now connect to both Mordona and to the North Shroud. So neither of those are even there. On the, you know, this isn't, the Central Lowlands isn't even there in Realm Reborn. And then there's the Eastern Lowlands. And this, if you look at it, you'll notice is where stuff like Nautilon and all of this stuff is. Like, you can see Nautilon over there at the far right. Like, it's really cool, you know? Like, this was all of Kurthus here. This was all in A Realm Reborn. Oh, and there's also this section up here as well. This is the Eastern Highlands. This is the Eastern Lowlands, is what it is. But then over here is the Eastern Highlands. And so, like, there's just entire areas that either got expanded. Like this, the Eastern Highlands here is where, like, Providence Point and such is. And down here in the lowlands is where stuff like Nautilon and things exist. So, can't wait till you can watch the VOD. Yeah, especially when you're able to watch the VOD, and you're like able to pause it. You know, you let up FF14's map and you're able to pause it, and you look at this plus the other map, right? Like, you'll see the difference a lot better. But yeah, I mean, it is crazy how, like, both different and yet the same everything is. Like, they really did go in and remake the entire world. And this is just Kurthus. Let me show you the map of Thanalan next. So here's Ul'dah all the way down here. And you should pretty quickly be able to notice that Ul'dah does not have an exit on the left side. There is no exit into the western Thanalan area. So instead, there are exits to central Thanalan, and you can see what is essentially central Thanalan. It's a bit different, because you go through, let's see, I'm trying to kind of see if I can't pick out things on the map here. So like down here, you know, in it where I've like positioned the map, that is this area here, the Spineless Basin. And then, like, you know, over here, this is, what is this? Southern Thanalan? Eastern Thanalan? Eastern. This is Eastern over here. So this is where, like, Camp Drybone and things like that would have been. In fact, this up here at the top is where the Golden Bazaar is. I wish I could like zoom in and out to kind of give things better. But like right here in the center of the screen is where Camp Drybone is. If I bring that down, like, right there, you know, looking right at it, I think. That's Camp Drybone, and that's the Golden Bazaar. Kinda up there. So, like, they really did, like, they didn't remake the world, you know? They took the existing world and used all of its places for, you know, the whole of everything. But it's also just kind of amazing just how different it is. Like, this here is Southern Thanalan. And, like, this is crazy. Because this is what Southern Thanalan looks like now, is this giant open space everywhere. But you look at Southern Thanalan here, and it's really, like restrictive all over the place. You know? Like, you still got the red labyrinth on the left side. But I don't know that... And again, some of this is that I'm not great at... not great at reading the text. So I'm not sure if like this is Sigoli Desert or if this is Zonric. It looks like it's 2 words, so I'm assuming that says Sigoli Desert. But it could also just be Zonrock Encampment or something, you know? So I don't even know if any of this was even available in the original. Or not. Because, like, I mean, if this section here is the Red Labyrinth, then I think the map ends right here. I don't think it goes any further down. And those are really just like, you know, Thanalan and Kurthus there that I showed. If you want to see all of the old maps, what you can do is, there is it's called the Final Fantasy Wiki. Interestingly, you want to actually go to the Final Fantasy Wiki and not the Final Fantasy XIV Wiki. Because the Final Fantasy Wiki actually has on it, and I will link it in chat here, but it has this category here, locations in Final Fantasy XIV version 1.0. And you can see stuff like the Black Shroud and Limsa Lominsa and Kurthus. And you can even get a look at some of the dungeons. I'll pull up one of those just for anybody who's just watching and doesn't go to the link. If you're watching like the VOD, just go to the Final Fantasy Wiki, you know, finalfantasy.fandom.com, and then search up locations in Final Fantasy XIV version 1.0. Just in case I forget to like put a link or something in the description. Let me see if I can find... let's see. See if I can find the dungeons. Yeah. Do they have... Yes, Tamtar Deepcroft. Let me download Tamtar Deepcroft. And I'll show you the Tamtar Deepcroft dungeon. Assuming it loads. Hello? It wasn't as big as the others. So it was off the screen. Like, this is Tom-Tara Deepcroft. Or rather, this is the first floor of Tom-Tara Deepcroft. If I pull it up here in FF14, like, look at how much smaller that is. This section, this like ring here, and this is important for perspective. This ring, this little circular area here, you know, not this little circular platform, but this little outer ring here. All of that is this tiny little ring in the middle of the map. Look at how much more dungeon there is. You know? Like that ring right there in the center is this ring of areas here. Just this section. And this is just one floor. There's a second floor. Like, the dungeons were ridiculously huge. Like, look at this. Look at the sheer difference between these. Like, that's so ridiculous, dude. And again, that's just one floor of the Tom-Tara Deepcroft. That's not even like the whole, like, original map. So, there were also dungeons that don't exist now as well. There was the Moontoy Cellars, but they don't exist anymore. So, also there is no map of the 1,000 Maws of Totorak that I can see, so I can't, like, compare them. The only dungeons that they have here are the Moontoy Cellars and Tom-Tara. So I can't, like, compare Totorak to what it looks like now, unfortunately. I'm curious, though, if they have a map of the old version of Tom-Tara that used to be in the game. It doesn't look like it. That's unfortunate. I mean, it might not be that different. But I don't actually know. It might not even be that different. I know Totorak got some big changes. So let me see if I can find the original Totorak. 1,000 Maws, because this is the current one. 1,000 Maws of Totorak. Let's see if they have the original map at all. Yes, they do. Yeah, of course you're going to do that. So here's an interesting one for you. This used but before Endwalker came out, this used to be the Thousand Maws of Totorak. And now look at this. This is just between Realm Reborn and the redo that they did in Endwalker. And dungeons were even bigger than this in 1.x. So this was probably even bigger. Again, I don't have a map of the 1.x version. But like, look at this. This is Realm Reborn version. This is Endwalker version. Like, it's ridiculous how much different these are. Let me see if I can get a good comparison, like side-by-side comparison going here. If I like crop out all of like the extra. Like, look at how much different this is just between the two. Like, the left side is the current, and the right side is the the remake in Realm Reborn. I don't know what it looked like in 1.x, but still. But like, the difference is astounding. It's like they kept this section. You go down here and down into here, and that's all on this left map here. But like, there was more on this side. There was an entire section up here. And then once you get here, like, this entire section here, up until this, like, from this curve all the way down to this like big blob, like, none of this even exists in the old map. And then you get the square room and the circular room here, where you fight the boss. You get this curve, and then the rest of this doesn't exist until you get all the way to the end, to the actual boss chamber. Like, the boss chamber over here is completely different. The path to the boss chamber, I mean. Like, this, like, it's ridiculous how much they changed some of these dungeons. So, it's also really cool. And I'm really glad that they friggin' changed this one, because this one was a freaking pain. Especially. But, It just, I don't know, I just think it's really cool. The differences. So. But, what say we queue for some Alliance raid while we're waiting, while we're, headed across here for this quest. Oh, it's a duty. Maybe not. Let me not queue us for the Alliance raid, because this is a duty. In fact, I'll even switch to Paladin. Duty calls. Commence battle at the end of our hope. The tracks continue to the north. Duty commenced. Find the heretic's hiding place. Tracks continue on northward. No. I'm gonna have to fight these guys, aren't I? Tracks continue farther north. Along the river. You would think, though, that they would travel by the river so that they don't leave footprints. We've been followed. Spineless heretic. Help! Somebody help! Follow the fleeing heretic. Stay away from me! I mean, I'm just gonna keep shield lobbing at you, dude. At least until I get, within some melee range. But knowing that this guy is moving roughly at my speed, I'm just gonna keep chasing him down. The others do seem to be de-aggroing. The other mobs do seem to be de-aggroing. So, I'm gonna get you. Just barely not in range. You fool, you led them right here. You did indeed. And now, you will all die. No, it won't. Ugh. Yay! We killed them all. Oh. Lady Iceheart. Shiva.
この私を狩りに来たというのか。
Mid-God-Summer?
久しいな。真実の片鱗を知る娘よ。
まさかあなたは。
さよう。我こそは始祖たる源流。汝らは同じ力を持ちながらも随分と異なる道を歩んできたようだな。
その通りだ、光の戦士よ。私はあなたと同じ超える力を持つ者。最初は幻のように現れる過去の情景を前にして、その意味すら分からず怯えさえした。しかし5年前に全てが変わった。そう、
Calamity.
霊災によりクルザスの環境は激変。私の故郷ファルコンネストは瞬く間に雪と氷に閉ざされてしまった。
So, looks like I was wrong. The calamity happened in a matter of hours. 'Cause earlier I said days. But yeah, it looks like everything froze in a matter of hours. 10 freaking feet of ice and snow.
多くの住民と共にイシュガルドに避難しようとしたが、眼前で大氷壁の一部が崩落。家族を失った私は引き返さざるを得なかった。寒さに追い立てられ、ドラゴン族に襲われる危険を承知で西方のドラバニアへと逃れたのだ。
Dravania. Or Dravania, as they
そして
say
彼
in
女で
Japanese.
私は出会った。偉大なる七大天竜の一翼、聖竜フレースベルグに。
Fresvelg.
そして見たのだ、粒子戦争の真実を。
Fresvelga.
だからこそ私は主の融和のため、この地に満ちた欺瞞と戦っている。
Killing civilians won't bring them together. What of the innocents who died when you attacked Foundation?
分かっている、分かっているのだ。イシュガルドの民がドラゴン族を憎むのは彼ら自身に非がないことくらい。生まれ落ちた時から竜を忌むべき存在と教えられ、目の前で肉親を殺されもすれば戦うも道理というもの。だがドラゴン族もまた理性的ではいられず、真の敵を知ってなお人そのものを憎んでいる。
命短き人の子には 歴史に埋もれた記録であろうとも、悠久の時を生きる竜には忘れがたき記憶よな。その怒りの深さと狂気は人の子たる汝らに計り知れるものではない。
Sorry, figured I'd try to clear my sinuses again while the, NPCs are talking.
犯した罪は償うつもりだ。私は聖女でも救い主でもない罪人だ。それでも決して諦めはしない。因果を根本から断ち切り、融和をもたらしてみせる。私はすでに私自身であるだけではなく、竜を愛したシバでもあるのだから。
I like how they're all standing around outside. Nobody has gone inside the building. We have arrived here, but where is everyone? Surely they're not inside. Mr. Sakagi, praise Helone you are alive. We came as swiftly as we could. But I see we are too late. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff going on here. And so, they were lurking in the cellar of this farmhouse. 'Tis a pity Lady Iceheart escaped, but we must not let that detract from your accomplishment. We have them on the run. You have dealt our foes a telling blow this eve, my friend. I shall see that your efforts are recognized. Sure, that's definitely what happened. Yep. Establishing an outpost in so remote a location could not have been easy. Tenacious devils. That's definitely what happened. Lord Artorial would rather not linger without cause. Tonight's of matters here well in hand. Let us return to Falcon's Nest and share our discoveries with Sir Redwald. Come, after tracking heretics across malms of ice and snow, I'd say you are due a few hours' rest next to a warm fire. Also, this is a really hilarious thing. We did go from here all the way up here, and yet we did not explore any of the area in between. How does that work? I get that it was because we were in a duty and all, but it's just funny to me. It's like, how did we travel all that way, and yet, somehow, we did not explore any of this? An attractive charm. Speaking of, exploring, I just kind of realized that we're level 53, and I haven't even started the Paladin, the Heavensward Paladin content. I don't know if we get any skills from the class, the class quests. Because Goring Blades is level 54, Divine Veil is 56, and Clemency is 58, which are not the levels for quests. But I'm going to assume that this level 61, if I remember right, is only earned from the quest. And I think the same goes for the level 71. Once you hit level 70, they don't do the class quests anymore. Which is nice, but also kind of unfortunate. Just because I liked the class quests. So it's kind of unfortunate that you don't get those anymore. But I have to say the role quests that they have done in Stormblood and Heavensward have been vastly better than the class quests. And considering that they keep adding more classes to the game, like, if there's a matter of we can do class quests and they're all kind of meh, or we can do 5 role quests and they're all, like, amazing, I would rather have the 5 that are amazing. So, both Shadowbringers and Endwalker's class role quests were considerably better than the individual class quests were. So, I do miss the class quests, though. It was nice being able to, like, see a continuation of your class, you know, storyline. And the Dark Knight one especially was really good. But, again, if it's a matter of, hey, we can give you, you know, 40 quest lines that are only okay, or we can give you 5 that are all spectacular, I'd rather have the 5, you know? Quality over quantity, every time. Lord Artorial, Mistress Akagi, full glad I am to see you both hale and healthy. What news? You mean to say you hunted the relics down on your own and slew them before reinforcements could arrive? By the Fury! I believe we have made great strides towards purging this land of heretics, and I mean to say as much when I deliver my report to Father in the Holy See. As will I, Lord Artorial. May it serve to remind our superiors what Houses Durandare and Forthorn could achieve through continued cooperation. Indeed, I trust you and your knights are content to handle the rest. We most certainly are, my lord. During your short time with us, you and Mistress Akagi have accomplished far more than I had thought possible. I cannot in good conscience impose upon you any longer. Pray, return to Ishgard with my thanks. I'm reading these correctly, totally. As you wish, Sir Redwald. Thank you for your hospitality. Also, it's been like a week since I did the freaking like original quests. So I don't remember what voices I gave people or anything, so. Now, I don't remember, because I haven't gotten the Ether Compass yet. But it's possible that that might come later. Can't just run back, apparently. Not yet, anyway. Do I need to speak with Emmeline? Aye, this is indeed an airship landing, though it doesn't get all that much use. If you got your own black chocobo or some other means of airborne conveyance, you may feel free to use it to return to Ishgard. Nope. Alright. I think I would have to use the chocobo keep. Maybe. Let's check. once we get our black chocobo and can fly, we definitely can. Yeah, 5 gil. I'll take 5 gil for a teleport over, you know, spending 100 and some odd gil for the exact same thing. So, basically just teleporting. Because we're right at the edge of the map there. So. And now, before we go turning in this quest, let's head to the other side of Foundation. To the pillars. And let's head off to the Sea of Clouds. Since both of these quests come together at the same point, I think the completion point will just be easiest to do all at once. So, let's see. Oh, speak with the airship ticketer. He hadn't loaded in yet when I walked. He was not here when I walked by. Just to be clear. Are you ready to depart, madam? The airship bound for Camp Cloudtop will be leaving shortly. To Camp Cloudtop. But yeah, I think we have to get our black chocobo before we get the ether compass. But I don't remember when either of those occur. But the black chocobo is like, here's your first flying mount, you know? So, it used to be that mounts required
天才機構士シドがもたらした飛空艇技術は人々を空へと誘った。
I'll say after this cutscene. I forgot that there's like stuff going on.
仰ぎ見ることすら難しかった雲海の浮島にさえ今やイシュガルドの騎兵たちが降り立ち活動している。天よりドラゴン族の動きを見張るための監視所がアバラシア雲海に築かれつつあったのである。
Whee! Airship. But it used to be that only certain mounts could fly. But I don't know if it was Shadowbringers or Endwalker that changed that. But somewhere between those two. I think it was Endwalker, just because I know I looked at the patch notes. And I think I remember a lot of patch notes mentioning, like, this mount can fly now, and this mount can fly now. It was probably Endwalker that made it so all mounts could fly, but I don't know for sure. Awful cold up here. I mean, Curtis may not be blessed with the warmest weather in the world, but compared to this, it seemed positively balmy. And of course, our hero is wholly unperturbed. You don't have to maintain that strong, silent persona all of the time, you know. Never mind. I need to find Lady Leniette. She's in charge of the garrison here. Oh, and when we find her, just follow my lead. Yes? Excellent. I love Manolane, though. Honestly, he's such a fun character. But yeah, you did used to actually need, like, a specific mount in order to fly. Which is why, if you look in your mount guide, and none of my favorites are in here, you'll notice that some mounts say their movement is airborne, and some mounts say their movement is terrestrial. Because it used to be that terrestrial mounts only went across land, and airborne mounts could fly. But now, you can just fly with any of them. Chocobo. I did mount roulette. Oh, I did, yes. I did mount roulette. And I have it set to only select from my favorites, of which I have none at the moment. So, yep. I have 5 mounts. Like, it's fine if I do some mount roulette between the ones I have. It's not like I have, you know, almost 100 like on my main. So, that said, this is an interesting area because you have to go a long way before you get to the first quest line. Like, there's a lot of, like, enemies that you can encounter along the path here. And even when you reach, like, the Rose House, like, look. We're in the Rose House, and there's still enemies. Like, this is not a sanctuary or anything like towns usually are. Towns, outposts, etc. Like, there are mobs here. You can still get attacked. Mistress Akagi, welcome. I am Sir Laniet de Helionot, commander of the forces stationed here at Camp Cloudtop. Strange though it may sound, I've long dreamed of meeting you. I am in your debt, you see, and you shall ever remain so. Were it not for you, my younger brother Fransal would have been executed upon the word of a false inquisitor. Alas, a knight must go where duty demands, and thus have I been unable to seek you out. But by the grace of Helone, I have been granted an opportunity to thank my brother's savior in person, and to call upon her generous aid. I was seeing that as and. Call upon her generous aid besides. Truly, I know not what I have done to deserve this double blessing. No problem. 'Tis a pleasure to see you again, my lady Laniet. You cut an elegant figure as always. A steel-clad rose, equally at home on a battlefield or in a ballroom. Lord Emmanelaine, if it is not too much to ask, I should be grateful if you would allow me to finish speaking with Mistress Akagi. Rejected. Camp Cloudtop was established to provide early warning of impending Dravanian incursions. The high elevation afforded by the floating isles makes it ideal for this purpose. Naturally, it also makes us a ready target for attack. We're not defenseless, however, the Protector, our largest and most advanced airship, is capable of downing all but the mightiest dragons. Alas, as you may have noticed, it is currently undergoing repair. What is worse, our efforts have been hampered by an indigenous beast tribe known as the Vanu Vanu, with whom we have had several skirmishes already. No beast man is a match for a man of Ishgard. Bring me a bird man and I'll show him a thing or two. I fear much and more may be asked of you in the days to come, Mistress Akagi. I love it. It's just rejected. And Madeline just walks in trying to be all smooth and she's just like, nope. Nope. It's like, nice. An indispensable ally. Lady Leniette knows all too well what must be done to ensure your time spent in Camp Cloudtop is not for nothing. While I understand Count Edmonton's intentions, I'd rather not waste valuable time ensuring that the young lord doesn't get trampled underfoot. Truly, it is entirely possible that he may learn something from this experience, but if left to his own devices, I think it far more likely that he will make a mess of things. Tell him that I would like him to keep watch for Travanian outflyers. Then, when you have a moment to speak with his manservant in private, make it clear that it is his responsibility to keep Manalaine from shirking his duty. Rip. Poor Manalaine. A request from Leniette. Why didn't she think to ask me in person? Surely she must see me standing here but a few yalms away. Oh, never mind. What is it? The mission of paramount importance. Keep watch for Dravanian outflyers. Roundabout, keep an eye out for anything unusual. Or just don't even say anything. Mission of some importance. Mission? Yes, of course. This is why I am here. I shall do as my lady asks. Mr. Sakagi, I do not believe I have properly introduced myself. My name is Honorite, and I serve at the pleasure of Lord Manalaine. Lady Leniette would have me accompany Lord Manalaine on his mission? I understand completely. I'll do my utmost to keep him out of harm's way. Poor Manalaine. I do love how much he grows up throughout the story, but it's just so funny, like, seeing this version of him. Just like, hey, I'm just kind of the young brat, you know? It's like, I love it. Were he of any other house, mayhap I would not feel obligated to go to such lengths to preserve his safety and dignity. In any case, I appreciate you speaking to him for me. It would seem he actually listens to you, at least more so than others. Or mayhap you are more skilled at this than most. I suspect you have had to humor your fair share of difficult men before. I have. We have gone through all of Realm Reborn, so I have. Lady Leniette is eager to get to more important business. Now that Manalaine is out of harm's way, we are free to discuss matters of actual import, such as our struggles with the Vanu Vanu. We first encountered the Vanu several years ago, when we had just begun to explore the Sea of Clouds. After an exchange of pleasantries and gifts, we received permission to construct a permanent lookout post. There was peace between our people for half a year, until suddenly, for reasons unknown, their attitudes toward us changed. They began to attack our foraging parties without provocation, forcing us to rely more heavily on supplies flown in from Ishgard. But words are no substitute for first-hand experience. Go and see Sir Marielle. She could use your assistance. Alright. Let's go up the stairs and go talk to Marielle. That said, I mean, I know part of it's probably just because I'm so out of shape, but this incline would destroy me if I had to do that walk. I don't even know if I could make that incline. Mr. Sakagi, I presume? Lady Leniette told me you were coming. I hear tell you've never faced a Vanu before. Well, spend enough time on patrol and you're sure to cross paths with them eventually. These birdmen are native to the floating islands. I say birdmen, but they're not at all like the Ixal, unless that Ixal's mother was a Gygus. Here, let me mark several locations on your map. If you discover any Vanu in these areas, kill or drive them away. Vanu Vanu. Keep watch for Vanu. let's go ahead and hop aboard our Chocobo and run on over here. Also, it is kind of hilarious that you can tell whether there's combat or not just based off of this. If there's no black, like, fog around the destination marker, there will be no combat. Or maybe not. Maybe there actually is just combat in all of these areas. Also, frick, this Gastornis that just freaking attacked me while I was in the middle of that. I wonder if they've changed that, or if they hadn't started doing that back then in Heaven's Word. Because I know that's a thing later. I do find it really funny, though, that I was like, you know, this one's not going to be combat. And then combat immediately started as soon as I said those words. It's like, oh, well, disprove me immediately, why don't you? I know that's the way it works in later stuff, so I guess it's just not how it works here in this quest, so it's fine. Hi, Paisa. You're in my way. Honestly, I should probably go back to Red Mage. While the survivability does decrease, the speed at which I could, like, kill these things will increase. Because holy crap, it takes forever to kill anything. As a freaking tank. You're unable to change jobs at this time. Yeah, I realized that I was technically still in combat. I'm gonna very carefully go around here to attack this Paisa. In the hopes that we can avoid further combat when I do spawn enemies over here at the destination. Dang it! Freaking Gallicats. Also, I think there's a fate or something that involves the Gallicats. I remember having to kill Gallicats, like, in droves at one point. But I don't remember why. Also, I don't have my Chocobo, I just realized. Steal yourself from a mighty struggle, yet find no Vanu lying in wait. Let me summon my Chocobo. Summon good old Rodget over here. Rodget is named after the Saurus that you get in Quest for Glory 2, by the way. Which I think I said that about, I think in Endwalker. I mentioned that with Cassandra. Because I swear that his name was Gronk. Not Gronk, Gwar. I swear his name was Gwar. But I have looked and checked and double checked, and it is Rodget. And I do not remember Rodget being his name at all. But I have, like I said, I have checked and I have triple checked and like quadruple checked because I was confused. And everything I can see seems to suggest that his name is Rodget and not Gwar. So, I guess it's Gwar, or I guess it's Rodget. And not Guar. Hey, time for an A-raid. Which level 50 will we get, I wonder? Will it be Labyrinth of the Ancients, like always? Will it be Circus Tower? Or will it be World of Darkness? We're about to find out. Just keep in mind that whichever one this is, if people are stupid, we can humiliate them. Nah, not really. Also, do I have any titles yet? Yes, I do. Let's just do Defender for now, I guess. Twitch is watching them all. First run and second run. One first and one second run. Something like that. Is that what the kids these days say? No idea. Buggers. At least, you know, I get to do the Alliance raids on stream. The main thing I was kind of upset about with skipping was that it did skip the Alliance raids. And while the story isn't great, I'd still like, you know, footage of me running through the Alliance, you know, like all of the Alliance raids. So... I don't know if that'll get any interest, but, you know, might as well mention. In case anybody here is like, oh, there's a stream going on. And that, like, incites their interest into coming to watch. Supposedly, people have done that. I say supposedly just because... like, I'll mention, like, in Endwalker, I would mention, like, yeah, you know, say hi to YouTube. Yeah, I would say, like, say hi to YouTube. And people would be like, oh, what's your YouTube? And I, like, gave them the address. They're like, cool, I'll come watch. But then I never got any subscribers. So I was like, I don't know if any of them actually came out, or if they were just, like, saying that to be kind. Like, you don't actually want to tell somebody, like, nah, I don't care, you know. Especially not, like, you know, if they're recording at that time, because then, like, you always have your, you know, footage now of you basically rejecting a YouTuber. Ow! Infinite anguish. Ancient flare! Stand in the water or die. Boom! Nobody died, but definitely some people took more damage. That said, would you believe that there's another phase to this fight? Supposedly, the second phase of this fight has been skippable ever since Heavensward released. So I have never seen it. But apparently there was an entire extra phase to that fight. That's why you have to like charge the towers on the edge. Because you use those towers to like put up a shield. And then it begins the second phase of the fight. But I have never seen that. I've wanted to, but I think at this point the only way that's ever going to happen is if I somehow get hold of a full group of like, you know, full alliance of minimum eye level people. And I mean, that's 24 people that are willing to join to show one, you know, to do one raid the way it was, you know, meant to be done. Good luck on that, you know. I don't even think like I think Blue Mage would even still be too strong. I don't even think like if you brought a group of Blue Mages that you would be able to do it slowly. In fact, you might even do it faster with Blue Mage. Just because Blue Mage is so ridiculously overpowered. Which is why they don't... which is why it's a limited job. So it can't do any of the level 90 content. Because they don't want you going in as Blue Mage in level 90 content and making it stupidly easy. Because you just freaking drop Titan and Ifrit and... Like, unlike Summoner, where you're summoning edgies that are, you know, far less powerful. Like Blue Mage, you're just straight up using the abilities of Titan and Ifrit and, like, the other primals. Leviathan, you know? This is another fight, by the way, that has a second phase that nobody sees anymore. There's all of these, like, platforms here on the edge that you're supposed to jump to when the second phase begins. Because it's if he gets off a skill, then, you know, the whole group wipes. But if you're out here on these platforms, you don't wipe, basically. Ooh, that hurt. But here, these clockwork rights were supposed to be destroyed, but nobody bothers. Because the skills that he puts off with the clockwork rights don't do as much, anywhere near as much damage as they're supposed to anymore. But what you're supposed to do is have somebody step into the circles of the clockwork rights, and that paralyzes them, but it causes the beam to, like, target them. And then, once they're not targeting Glacia Labolas anymore, then somebody else can come in and destroy the Clockwork Ring. And you're supposed to do that and destroy all of them. That way he doesn't get off his, like, big explodey spells. And then by preventing him from getting off his big explodey spells, you then survive to jump to the platforms so that you can then start the second phase of the fight. None of that happens anymore, as you might notice. Frick. Sure. Whatever. It targeted enemies that I wasn't trying to go after. That said, I think the same is true for this guy, Amon up here. I don't think he has a second phase, but the final curtain spell is supposed to actually occur early in the fight. Not, you know, one of the last things that he does. Excuse me, it's called Curtain Call, I believe. Nice carpet. It'd be a shame if we got ooze on it. Take the balls to the dude. Bring the balls to the cum, as some people like to say. Because they're called cum-cum. Bring the balls to the cum-cum. They shrink the guy. And, oh, I must be silenced. Got it. I see. I was like, why can I do nothing and yet I have freaking mana? Because at first I thought, oh, well, maybe I ran out of mana. But no. It's not that I ran out of mana at all. That will do for the opening act. As the curtains rise for the main attraction. Like, that is supposed to be, you know, a thing. Why did this guy leave? The Reaper left from behind the ice and rushed in. I'm so confused. Like, why? Why did he rush in? Why did he do that? That's so hilarious. Cutscene and B. Cutscene in. Yeah, that. And it looks like there's one in C because Vasca Soroka has not gotten up here yet. Imagine if your character was named viewing cutscene. I've seen a couple of people, or I guess at least one person, with the name viewing cutscene. I don't know if they were the same person, but I have seen people with the name viewing cutscene before. I have seen a viewing cutscene character multiple times. Again, I don't know if they were the same person or not. So, oop. Bye-bye, Zand. Zand, on the other hand, does not have anything else. His, like, teleport away abilities occur at certain levels of HP. So that he doesn't skip anything. This fight would just actually be longer if we had minimum eye level. Viewing cutscene is a cool name. Right? Ancient Quagga. Whoa, get out of there. Burning Rave. Luckily, if you're actually in a cutscene, there is a cutscene marker on your name. So you can't technically fool anybody. Like, you might fool them for a second, but then they'll be like, oh wait. Their name is viewing cutscene. I love the music here. Like, I don't think there's any bad songs in the whole of this entire game. Like, there might be a couple that are meh, but there are no songs that I would say are legitimately, like, actually bad. I would just say that, like, well, you know, this particular song, you know, is good, but it's not one I would listen to regularly, you know. Hey, Phlegethon's Loincloth. Loot rolls. I guess. Chocobo music for sure. Oh yeah. Chocobo music is one of the best ones. Not that I have the Chocobo music on, because I have mount songs off. But, so like, I rarely ever hear the Chocobo music. So, oh, you think, are you saying Chocobo is the one you don't like? Oh, okay. Got it. I like it. So, but we have different opinions, and that's perfectly fine, you know? But no, I like the Chocobo music. I think I think that's one of the ones that I actually really enjoy. Especially the Final Fantasy VII remake / rebirth versions. Like, those ones are really fun. Finished with your patrol. Anything to report? I mean, I can see that it could have gotten annoying. Right, you know, running around on Chocobo all the time. So I definitely understand that. Maybe it was too much to hope for a day without a skirmish. At least I can take solace in the fact that Halone has blessed us with a mighty ally. But yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that, where it's like, I've just heard it so much, you know? An undisciplined unit is a unit ripe for destruction, as Sir Mariel knows. Accepting your recent clashes with the Vanu cannot have escaped your notice that things here are rather peaceful, to the detriment of our garrison's discipline. Despite being built as an observation post, we've yet to record a single intrusion by the Horde. That is why, as far as everyone is concerned, Camp Cloudtop is a backwater of no significance. And of course, the pride of our camp, the vaunted Protector, is in a perpetual state of needing repairs. So even were the Holy See to come under Dravanian attack, we'd be unable to fly to their aid. Simply put, Mr. Zakagi, this is where ambition comes to die. If you haven't aspirations for advancement, you'll be right at home. However, I would like to think that enthusiasm can be just as contagious as apathy. If you'll indulge me, I would have you seek out the sentries and stoke their fighting spirits. Psych them up, you might say. Psych them up, you might say. In bold lettering, insinuating to use the emote. I mean, I pretty much just have mount music off in general. So I just don't really hear, like, the Chocobo theme all that often. I'm sure that if I heard it every time I mounted up, I would probably be sick of it. And that's totally fine, you know? Like, that makes perfect sense that that would happen. But psych! Is it an attack? What should we do? What should we do? I'm just trying to hype you up. You had me fooled there for a moment, old girl. And it's an amusing jest, albeit a tad cruel. Surely you must realize how unsuited I am to the monotony of mere sentry duty. Yet still you tempt me with the promise of excitement. No, this won't do. This won't do at all. Lady Lanyette will give me a grand mission as befits my station. Poor Madeleine. Like, and here's the thing. I like his character even when he is still a brat. Just because, like, yes, he is absolutely a rich, spoiled, noble brat. Like, straight up. That is who he is. But he doesn't stay that way. And seeing that, like, evolution, where he goes from being spoiled, rich, noble brat to being an awesome character is actually pretty awesome, in my opinion. So, What is it? Is it the Horde? By the Fury, whatever possessed you to do that? I'm awake, worry not. After the shock you just gave me, I doubt I'll sleep for a fortnight. These poor people. It's like, here I am, like, I walk up and I just scream in their face, like, yeah, let's get going, guys. And they're just like, oh my god. You know, they're so used to just nothing. They're used to so much nothingness that it's like, what the heck? Ye gods, where did that come from? Fine, if you insist, I will make an effort to be more alert. But really, I fail to see the point. We're hundreds of malms away from the front lines, which is just the way I like it, thank you very much. I really don't feel like fighting these Gistornis constantly, so that's why I'm like trying to run around. Plus, then it means that we get to the next thing a little bit quicker, you know? That said, I have 1,110 poetics, so I should consider something with that. Many thanks, Mistress Akagi. Already I can see a change in our sentry's behavior. Beg your pardon, Lord Manolane said, what? Ha! Well, I've no doubt that Lady Lynette will do her utmost to oblige him. Sir Mariel fears what might come of Lord Manolane's newfound ambition. If Lord Manolane is going to demand a more dangerous duty, then I expect Lord Lynette will want you to accompany him. Aye, you might as well speak with her sooner rather than later. There's no use avoiding the inevitable. Whee! Mr. Zakagi, Lord Manolane has just informed me that mere sentry duty is beneath him. I understand we have you to thank for this epiphany? Well, there's nothing for it but to give him something more demanding, then. Can I count on you to keep him safe? Certainly. Excellent. We're in constant need of fresh water in Camp Cloudtop, as there are no underground sources we can tap with wells. However, there is a unique variety of crystal we've recently discovered which may enable us to obtain water through other means. These spring crystals can be found in Vur Sian Siren, to the east of here. I would have you and Manolane bring back one to us. You may have to contend with the feral beasts which populate the lakes, not to mention Vanu's scouts, ranging from their nearby settlement. Of course, that all pales in comparison to keeping the young lord entertained, but you have doubtless grown accustomed to that by now. Good luck, and be safe. Lady Lynette told you to tell me about my mission once again? If I didn't know any better, I'd swear she's avoiding me. Anyway, what is it? A vital mission on the success of which the very survival of Camp Cloudtop rests. The procurement of potable water. Go and fetch a spring crystal from the floating lake to the east. With me. Give him the good sounding one, you know. Finally! It's about time she entrusted me with a mission of real import. Right then, let's go, let's go! And if this were a quest in Endwalker, they would probably tell you that Lord Manolane is now following you. But that's not a mechanic that they added to the game until Endwalker. So, you don't get that in any of these early quests. That said, I actually really like that particular mechanic because it lets you like run around with the NPC. And they always put like dialogue spots along the way. So it doesn't feel like an escort mission. Despite the fact that that is literally what it is, it doesn't really feel like an escort mission. because there's things to do. You know, you don't usually have to worry about actual, like, harm coming to them. And it's sort of like an opposite escort mission where they're escorting you because you're the one going to places. So you're not, like, walking very slowly behind an NPC. So, this is a Vursian Siren of legend. An area Vanu in sight. How disappointing. I could do with some sport. I know. Why don't you and I make it a competition? Whoever finds a superior specimen wins. Alright, she'll judge our entries on size, purity, and say aesthetic sensibilities. Let us begin at once. Why do I have the suspicion that this is going to go poorly? And not just because I have done this before, because I legitimately don't remember this. It has been a year and a half since I have touched any of the Heavensward stuff. So I legitimately don't remember this quest line. I just know storytelling, and I suspect that it'll be like I'm going to grab the crystal, and I'm going to go back, and it's going to be like, uh-oh, something happened to a Madeleine. Because, you know, he's a spoiled, rich, noble brat. At the moment, in the storyline, anyway. So, and again, that's not a bad thing. You know, it's neat to me. You know, not every, you know, characters don't need to be perfect to begin with, you know? And that's something that I feel like media is forgetting nowadays. Tessaria's mine. Have to look elsewhere for your inferior specimen. Alright, fine. I'll just go get a vastly superior specimen in that case. Because there's an even better one over this way. I think. It's somewhere. I think it's random, but it's just one of these, like, rocks throughout this area. Like this one. Spring crystal. Big crystal. This water crystal does not appear to exhibit the properties described by Lady Leniette. Perhaps you should inspect another. Alrighty. Let's try this one over here. I don't think it's always the same, because I swear I remember it being that crystal. Water crystal does not appear to exhibit the properties. Now, I could just be misremembering, but I feel like I remember it being this crystal right here when I did Heavensward initially. And it's very clearly not. So either it's random or I'm just really forgetting. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if it was the latter and I'm just really forgetting. But I definitely remember that it was... Like, what I'm remembering is that it was a crystal that was on the edge of, like, a platform. You know? And, like, looked out into nothingness around it kind of thing. So... And maybe it could have been this crystal. I mean, this is basically the same thing of what I'm thinking of. But we'll see. Yes, this crystal appears to be secreting a steady stream of water. Perhaps this is the spring crystal Lady Leniette seeks. Awesome. Like I said, I feel like it was over there last time, not over there. But I could be remembering wrong. I mean, I have no recordings. Like, if I had recordings of back then, I wouldn't be doing this right now. Yeah, I wouldn't be replaying everything again. So, which kind of sucks because when we do get to Shadowbringers, like, I already know the big plot twist that happens. So, I'm not going to be as, like... When the plot twist happens, I, like, freaked out, dude. I was like, what the frick? Mr. Zakagi, if you brought your entry for the contest... Spring Crystal... My understanding of such things is limited, but can this truly be used to draw moisture from air like water from a pump? Fascinating. Where is Amanelane? A series of unfortunate events. Honorite is more than a little concerned for Lord Amanelane's well-being. I see, horse revolt. Lord Amanelane has been gone for an awfully long time. Did you perchance see him while you were searching for your crystal? Even he must realize the dangers of wandering too far in such a place. Mayhap I am worrying about nothing, but I must ask that you assist me in looking for him, Mr. Zakagi. We shall find him more quickly if we split up. Pray search the southeastern area of Vur Sion Siren as swiftly as you are able, and rendezvous with me in the north. Farewell, and good luck. I can tell you that he is in the north, because that's where I found him last time. In fact, he even told me, like, go, this is my area. But I can't just skip over to the north where I know he is. Wow, a fate spawned right as I walked by. That's cool. Boy, I am not used to the considerably slower speed of the Chocobo in these areas. I'm used to having the speed boost. And also having the flight, which is even faster. I'm so used to having the speed boost in this zone. You surveyed the surrounding area for a time, but see no sign of Amanelane. Let's rendezvous with On the Right. I think I'm saying that right. I don't think his name is ever said via voice acting. If it is, I haven't recognized it because it's in Japanese. I use the Japanese voice actors. So I don't recognize the exact words. This is where he was. Where he be. Because he was right there. Mr. Sakagi, Lord Amanelane has been taken by the Vanu. Uh-oh. They had my lord surrounded. Whole gang of them. Please, you must come quickly. Oh, yeah. This part. I remember this part. I remember this part being annoying. Dealing with the Vanu. Time for a duty. A series of unfortunate events. I might have wanted to be Paladin for this, but oh well. We're going in as Red Mage. Because I didn't think about it until just now. Vanu must have taken him to that village, mayhap to present to their chieftain. I will make haste to the Rose House and tell Lady Leniette what has happened. Yet, by the time I return with aid, it might already be too late. Forgive me for asking, Mr. Sakagi, but should you spy an opportunity to sneak past the sentries and rescue Lord Amandalane in my absence, I beg you to take it. I know he can be a trifle presumptuous and insensitive and, well, insufferable, but he doesn't deserve this. No problem. We got it. Don't worry, I'll just rush in there and yeetus everybody. Now, I don't fully remember what was annoying about this, but I do remember it being annoying. Or maybe it was after this particular quest. I just remember having a hard time with it. But also, that might have just been because I was still fairly new to the game. And I might have been playing a class that does not have the best survivability. Like Ninja or something like that. Red Mage has, like, a lot better survivability than some of the other DPS classes. Partially because you have your healing spells. Not that that helps currently. Considering that I don't have them until, what is it, level 54? What? Wow. So, it could entirely be that whatever I disliked about this was just, like, maybe the mobs were too much for me to handle or something. Because I was playing, like, Ninja or, you know, something like that. And it's a little less survivable. Granted, part of my problem is I don't carry potions. And I do realize, like, there are potions. And if I were to carry potions, you know, it would make surviving much easier on any class. But you generally only need them for certain things, so... By the Fury, you're not gonna eat me, are you? It's not what you do to prisoners, is it? Rin, I'm over here. Netherlings come to free prisoner. Spread word like thunder and cast them into Cloud Sea. For example, I could see these, like, Vuklai Gundu, the one, you know, the mages. I could see them being problematic for me as, like, a ninja or something, you know, a melee class. So, because it's like, they're sitting there hitting me from a distance. I don't remember, though. It's been way too long since I did any of this. Whew, that was thoroughly unpleasant. Netherlings slink away like willful Gaelicats. Rally warriors of Gundu, let none escape. Here they come. Like, this was probably the part I had issue with. Oh, I was trying to cast Scatter. That's not. What? You can die. Okay. One hit on each of these guys is fine. Go, Madeline, go! Now this is an escort quest. And it's very annoying. But yeah, I could definitely see like this, where there's like a lot of enemies. Like this part might have annoyed me. Because there's lots of enemies. But luckily, I'm a red mage. So I can just stay away from them. For the most part. Help has arrived, Rin-chan. Horsefant! Horsefant, is that you? Thank heavens, get us out of here. Keep Madeleine safe, Rin. We will hold them off. It also could have been the very fact that he is slow as frick. Dude. What's the font of the Silver Fuller? Yeah, Horsefant! I love Horsefant, dude. Everybody loves Horsefant, though. They literally made an entire raid around, like, keeping him alive. Which is great. I think that's hilarious that they did that. This way, quickly. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. I think I probably was a melee DPS and getting absolutely, like, crushed by the enemies. So, that would be my assumption. Unless there's something after this that is what I'm thinking of, but I don't know. Horsefant.
バヌバヌを治める偉大な分度の長このホルバヌは湧き立つ雲のように怒りに満ちているホヌバヌを怒らせる地の底を歩く者たちは泡立つ雲の神に捧げなければならない
Uh-oh. There he is. There he is. Bismarck.
白き神白き神大いなる運神ビスマルク
運神だと新たなる万神だというのか
The primal. Poor Madeleine. Run.
確かにここは逃げるが勝
We
ちか
must away. Run. Uh-oh. More Vanu Vanu. And now we're completely surrounded. Oh no. But wait!
まったく何がどうなってやがるんだ突っ込むぞ
It's Sid! Going at full speed! Go! What? Made it. I love Horsefant. He's so awesome. Way crap. That's a bloody big whale. Ooh. Almost got chomped. That was close. That was very close. The gods only know what might have happened had we not been around to save you. No need for thanks, though. It's not as if you haven't done the same for us on a few previous occasions. Alright, more than a few. It was but blind chance that brought us together this time. In case you were wondering, the Holy See had petitioned the Ironworks for assistance with this creation of theirs, the Protector. Apparently, they just can't seem to get her flying. Anyway, I came to Camp Cloudtop to cast an eye over the ship, only to learn that you had arrived some few days before with Nishgardian Lordling in tow. Small world, I thought, just as said Lordling's manservant skittered into view, babbling about his master having been captured and you risking all to rescue him. And the rest, as they say, is history. Right, well, I hate to cut short our reunion, but I am here on business after all, and the boys are already hard at work. Don't worry, old friend. We'll speak again soon, I promise. Bye, Sid. Sid's so cool, man. I love Sid. I love all of the characters in this game. Like, there's so many, but I love all of them. Like, it's so awesome, dude. Reward long in coming. Lord of Manalane appears to be rather pleased with himself. Very well, I admit it. It was an incredibly harrowing experience. I very well could have died, you know. Me, dead. On the other hand, by risking life and limb in the line of duty, I did succeed in uncovering the existence of a new primal, and that, old girl, is no small feat. I've made a historic discovery, a fact that even Lady Laniette will have no choice but to acknowledge. Yes! I'm rather looking forward to basking in the sunshine of her praise. Speaking of which, is it time we made our triumphant return? She's still just gonna be like, nah. Also, I think I didn't attune to this aetheryte. And I'm just realizing this. I did not. It's a good thing I realized. Because, I mean, I could have gotten back here. But I just didn't realize. Oops. Very bad thing that I completely forgot to attune to that aetheryte. That could have been disastrous. Luckily, we do know that I did attune to the one in the camp. Since that was how we got there at the beginning of the stream. So... which, by the way, if you're watching this on YouTube, this is, or however you want to word it, a stream over at twitch.tv/SereneInc. Feel free to come on out and hang out with us. I know it's not going to be as, like, amazing as maybe a blind playthrough would be, you know, because I already know a lot of things. Because I've, you know, gotten all the way to level 90. But if you do want a blind playthrough, there is a blind playthrough right here on YouTube if you're watching it here. Or there, I suppose. If you're watching it on Twitch, there's also, you know, a blind playthrough over on YouTube of Endwalker. So, it's just Endwalker because despite my, like, 7 attempts to record, like the other expansions, I never actually did. So, that's why I'm going back through and streaming, going through all of these, so. Praise Halone, I feared the worst. What happened out there? Well, so there's a primal And he got Madeline got captured and all of this other stuff. A primal? Are you sure? Yeah, it looked pretty primal to me. Yet, now that I think on it, this Bismarck is reminiscent of the white whale of Vanu legend, a massive creature said to swim in the sea of clouds. From what I have learned of comparable summonings, the presence of the Vanu's god would certainly explain the sudden change in their behavior toward the people of Camp Cloudtop. Ah, you mean to say that they have fallen under the primal's influence? I recall reading of such things in the documents provided by Master Elfino. Aren't we forgetting something important, Lady Lanionette? Lady Lanionette. I can speak, really. I've said it perfectly fine up until now. What the frick? A little recognition for the hero of the hour. A few choice expressions of gratitude, respect, admiration, and so on. Why, yes, you are right, of course. Mistress Akagi deserves all that and more for having risked her life to rescue such an esteemed personage. Well, if there is naught else to discuss, I will depart for Ishgard forthwith. The Holy See and the Temple Knights must be informed of this new threat without delay. I just love how much he just, completely just rejects a Madeline. It's so funny. But of course, Mistress Akagi, you have done more than enough here. Pray, return to Ishgard with Lord Horsefont and give my warmest regards to the Count. So that's it then. No more forays into enemy territory. Very well, I can see my services are no longer needed. Take care, Lady Lanionette. May our next meeting take place under more felicitous circumstances. I was just like, oh my god, this guy, dude. All's well that ends well, eh? To the airship landing, then. We can speak on the journey home. Speak with Horsefont in Ishgard. Cool. But so yeah, I don't remember when we start getting access to the ether compass and stuff. But clearly not in this initial foray into both of these regions. So it might be simply because of the what am I trying to say? It might simply be because we can't go everywhere in each region yet. So that could be, that's probably why they haven't given me the ether compass with which to find the ether currents yet. So probably when we go into whichever area that we're going into for the full region, that will probably be when we get access to the ether compass. So would be my guess anyway. Will you be leaving us tonight, madame? To Ishgard. This is why I ran back, because I figured it would be right here. I confess, I've always been rather fond of airship travel. The chill of the wind upon your face, the warmth of the blood pumping in your veins from the excitement. I find the whole experience indescribably invigorating. Or mayhap it is simply the joy of having cheated death yet again. In any event, I must make for the congregation and inform Sir Aymeric of all that has occurred. And Madeline should have returned to the manor by now. Why not go and see if he has recovered from his ordeal? Sir Aymeric! Man, I really love, from this point on in the story. I know not everybody does, and that's perfectly fine. But I just love from this point on. Like, once you hit Heavensward, once you hit patch 2.5, in my opinion, like, everything becomes awesome throughout the rest. Welcome, Mr. Sakagi. Shall I show you inside the manor? But I was always fond of Realm Reborn, like, initially. It's definitely having gone back and, like, tried to play back through it that I found whether or not I really actually liked the content. So who knows? Maybe I'll be like, and in the Heavensward too. Because my first time having gone back through this. Oh, it's you, Rin. Oh, gods. Did you have to strike me so hard? Father, he did not approve of how I handled matters in Camp Cloudtop. How I endangered the lives of others through my own recklessness and incompetence. It's not easy playing the hero, is it? He doesn't fully realize yet, but he will. As far as he's concerned, you know, he thinks he did things right because he was trying to be the hero. You know? He'll learn, though. And it's one of the cooler scenes when he does learn. Mr. Sakagi, I would speak plainly. From the first, I questioned your motives and your competence. Unjustly, I now realize. Rumors have a way of growing more fantastic as they spread, and quite frankly, those surrounding you beggar belief. But Horsefon swore that all the stories were true. He championed your cause and begged Father to grant you patronage. And he duly listened, because for all his wisdom, he has never been able to say no to my dear half-brother, a legacy of my father's soul and discretion. Mother hated him, of course. Even on her deathbed, she refused to acknowledge him. And, to be honest, she was not alone in her feelings. But that is not the worst of it. At Camp River's Meet, when we came upon the wounded knight, I knew immediately that one of us would have to pursue the heretics alone. An onerous task fraught with danger. And there you were, the savior of Eorzea and honored guest of Horse Forton, my new comrade in arms, Horsefon's dear friend. I told myself it was to be a test, but part of me hoped that you would fail. Yet you accepted the task without a word of protest or any sign of fear. You duly tracked the enemy down, faced him alone, and lived to tell the tale. Plainly, Horsefon had the right of it all along. That I doubted your strength bespeaks my own weakness. But I will not doubt you again, Mr. Sakagi. On that you have my word. Yay! These are all 99 gil, so it literally doesn't matter which of these materials I grab. Alright. The split in the story has finished. Hey! There it is! Ether Compass. Forton Steward looks as though he has something to say. Ah, Mr. Sakagi. My lord the Count much desires to speak with you regarding your time with Lord Artorial and Lord Manlane. If you would remain here for a moment.
戻られたか、冒険者殿。貴殿の活躍については息子たちから聞き及んでおるぞ。次男のエマネランに至っては命を救われたとか。内心はともあれ、ゼーメル家やデュランデル家から感謝状が届いているほどでな。 私も後見人として鼻が高い。まさしく貴殿は我らフォルタン家の友と言えよう。
What Interesting. They say in the Japanese they say Fortomp, which is interesting. I think the English version was like Forton. That's why I've been saying it that way. Maybe I'll have to look at the scene again.
無礼であろう。何事か。
Because I know it was.
ですが、急ぎご報告しなければならない緊急事態が発生したのでございます。
I know it was during Heaven's Word that I switched from English to Japanese, and I'm pretty sure it was like in the middle. I think I did like the first 2 dungeons in like English before switching to the Japanese voices.
我らが客人アルフィノ様とタタル様が異端疑惑により連行されてしまわれたのです。
Uh-oh.
何だと。詳しく説明せ。
なんだと？
ご両人は平民向けの酒場に出入りし情報収集をされていたご様子。その際下船な者たちと接触されたようで、それを知った蒼天騎士のグリノ教が異端審問局に告発されたのでございます。
グリノ教とはゼーメル家の血を引く者。知性のかけらもないが武術だけは一流という武骨者だ。危機が喉元を過ぎれば足の引っ張り合いを始める。どうやらイシュガルド貴族社会の悪しき伝統に貴殿らを巻き込んでしまったようだ。
Oh boy. Time to go rescue. Oh, wait. First talk to Edmund. Oh, you have won the hearts and minds of many of my countrymen. There are those who will never be swayed. Men will dismiss your efforts and resent your successes, even as we celebrate them. 'Tis like that one such member of House Sumail is manipulating Sir Grinnell, for he is not a man to dabble in politics of his own volition. He may genuinely believe your friends to be guilty, though I'm quite certain his masters know better. Yet the truth will avail us not if we cannot prove their innocence. We would do well to speak with Sir Aymeric of the Congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly. He will know more of these charges. Sir Aymeric! I love Sir Aymeric, dude. I mean, I know I say that about, like, literally every character. Like, dude, I love this guy. I love this, like... But, like, I do! They're all so good. Such good characters, man. Like, they're so good. Aymeric, Lucia, both of them. It's been too long, Rin. Would that this visit came under happier circumstances. You are come to plead for Master Elfino and Mistress Totero, I take it. I forgot that we met him before. I thought we hadn't met him until this point. Word of their detainment reached us while I was delivering my report on the Vanu Primal. Truly, I know not which is the more ludicrous, these charges or that flying feathered whale. The Sir Grinnell's accusations are baseless, I have no doubt. Refuting them will be difficult, however, as he is a Knight of the Heavensward. Hey, there's the expansion. I speak of the personal guard of the Archbishop, the 12 finest knights in all of Ishgard, sworn to serve his eminence alone. Suffice it to say, their testimony is unimpeachable. I have not the authority to challenge their actions. After all the Scions have done, routing the heretics and defeating Shiva, helping us to defend the steps of faith and drive back the Dravanian horde, after proving themselves true allies on countless occasions, is there naught we can do? I fear there is but one path left to us. we must demand a trial by combat. But of course! In a trial by combat sanctioned by the Inquisition, the victor's claim is judged true regardless of the petitioner's standing. Petitioners. Good gosh. Could not say that for some reason. Under Ishgardian law, a trial by combat pits the accuser against the accused. In this instance, Master Elfino and Mistress Totero would be expected to face Sir Grinnell and a second of his choosing, another knight of the Heavensward, most like. 2 of them? By the Fury, that can hardly be considered fair. Well, unfortunately it is 2 against 2, regardless. Master Elfino's magical talents will not have gone unnoticed, meaning that he will have no choice but to participate. Mistress Totero, on the other hand, is quite obviously bereft of martial skill, and should be afforded the right to name a champion to fight in her stead. Let's be that champion! Lest you doubt, I am ready and willing to serve in this capacity, as I am sure is Lord Horsephone. But all here present know that you are the most accomplished warrior among us, and mayhap in the realm at large. Of course. Then it is settled. I will visit Master Elfino at once, and inform him of our intentions. Rin, meet at the tribunal when you have made ready. Until then, my friend. This sounds like a job meant for a paladin. Interesting. Ring and gloves are what I'm missing. I want to double check if I can max out my gear. I have 110, so I don't think I can. But I think the rings are like 300. I'm thinking the pants are only like 500. So, or the gloves, excuse me. Actually, yeah, I think the gloves are even less. So I'm gonna come over here to Limsa and double check. I know I don't need to do this before we get into the next section, but I'm going to anyway. Over here, there we go. If I can get my gear replaced and maxed out from my current level, that would be great. The ring is 280 and the gloves are 345. So yeah, easy. In fact, that leaves me 485. So I can probably even get some gear for my red mage. So let's switch to that. And I'm thinking probably the accessories would be the best, since I'm currently wielding a Darklight Band of Healing and a Darklight Choker of Casting. So both of these are item level 70, whereas the rest of my gear is 115 or higher. So let's do those. Do a Ring of Casting, and I think might be it. Yeah, that's all I can get at the moment. Okay. That still lets me switch out my Darklight Ring of Healing that I have on a caster. Because, you know, that makes sense. Alright. No, I don't have any other caster classes at level 50. I don't have to switch to those first. Hey, item level 115 though. Not bad. Not bad at all. And back to Foundation. I think we'll finish up this quest line and get our ether compass. And then that will probably be it, because we have been going for 4 hours now. So I think this would be a good spot to break at once this quest is over. Listen carefully, Ren. When the trial begins, the petitioner will be asked to restate his charges, and the accused invited to respond. Then, in accordance with the law, they will be asked to restate their request for a trial by combat. Once the High Abdicator acknowledges Mistress Teteru's right to name a champion, that is when you must make your entrance. Oh, I cannot wait to see the look on Sir Grinno's face when he sees his true opponent. It will be priceless! More seriously, should you begin to lose heart, look to me in the stands, and I shall cheer so loud you will wonder how you could have ever contrived to doubt yourself. Now, are you ready? Divine intervention, commence! Here we go. I think this is where we see the Archbishop for the first time. I think.
これより被告人の申し立てにより先人春尾根の見舞いにおきて決闘裁判を執り行う。蒼天騎士グリノー卿、汝この者らを告発するか。我が名はグリノード・ゼーメル。蒼天騎士の名誉にかけてそこなる違法人2名を異端者とのみ通容疑により告発するものである。
Oh boy.
被告人前へ。
For Teteru.
違法人アルフィノ・ルベユールおよび違法人タタルタル、何時らに改めて問う。グリノー卿による告発に対し潔白を訴え決闘裁判を求めるか。
我が名はアルフィノ・ルベユール。そうだ、我々は無実であり告発。
Whoops.
私はタタルタルです。この通りか弱き乙女なのです。戦うのは無理なので代理投資を求めるです。
She's so cute, dude. I love her.
確かに幼児や老人、そして女性など戦う術を持たぬ者には代理投資の選出が認められている。
And that's when we enter. Hehehe
来てくれたのか。ありがとう。何としても無実を証明してみせるぞ。
Oh boy.
Senjin Haruoneよ、ご承覧あれ。そして願わくば真実を明らかにしたまえ。
Oh boy. There's the music. do what I can to support you, Rin. Let us teach these noble sirs folly of bearing fair with false witness. Well, what do we have here? This one is mine. So Chrono, go and play with the boy. Bloody waste of... Come on then, one of this, remember? Can I not, full aggro? That's unfortunate. I can do this. I've had enough of your tricks. Rin, Elfino's in trouble. Ha! Fine champion you are. I've been indulged enough, heathen swine. Shan, Elfino, look out! Yeah, you forgot one thing, bud. Which is, I don't have to only fight you. I don't have to wait to fight Sir Gredo. I go straight at him. You're so focused on Elfino that he didn't even see me. We won. The Fury has spoken. Elfino Leviu, Satoru Taru, you are hereby acquitted of all charges. Blessed are we who receive her wisdom and see justice wrought by her divine hand. Petitioners, accused, go forth in peace. Delivered from an untimely demise yet again. My thanks, as always. No problem. Get freaking wrecked. That's all I have to say about that. Just get freaking wrecked. By the Fury, what a splendid victory. See how you strove in the face of adversity. Two brave young souls bound together by the puissant bonds of camaraderie. Why, it stirred me to the very depths of my soul. Having been treated to such a rousing spectacle, it seems only right that I present you with a humble token of mine admiration. Pray, receive of me this chocobo whistle. Yay! Black chocobo! For that you may summon a black chocobo, fully trained and ready to fly. Black chocobo! Magnificent, is she not? Strong yet sleek, elegant yet eager. What say you, Rin? Will you take her for your steed? Of course. Lord Hoshafont, chocobos are prohibited in the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. Your steed must remain outside. Oops. Yeah, well, what can you do? Ether Compass! Ether Currents now accessible. Collection expanded. Ether Compass acquired. You have obtained a black chocobo. When riding this mount, you will have the ability to fly, provided certain conditions have been met. Fly in a given region, you must first find and attune to all the local ether currents. In order to return to some ether currents, you will need to complete certain quests. However, most can be discovered via exploration. To aid in this endeavor, you have also obtained an ether compass. which will provide you with both the bearing and the distance to the nearest ether current upon use. The ether compass can be found under collection in the main menu. To review your project progress, select travel, followed by ether current. Alright. See you, Scarix. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be ending the stream here anyway, so... Lord Horsefont thinks you could do with a well-deserved rest. Black chocobos are well and good, but the true reward for your efforts is the exoneration of your comrades. They shall be released upon the completion of certain minor formalities, which I mean to see to personally. In the meantime, pray, return to Forthorpe Manor. The Count has done so already, and will doubtless be eager to discuss the day's events. Alright, time to head off, really. But yeah, I think, this is a good stopping point, because we have to return here for this quest. So I think I am going to hop off here. I do hope you all have enjoyed. I have some minor stuff to do off camera, such as an exemplary example and the Red Mage rewarding struggle. So, hey, I actually did right, of course, because I unlocked the quest. That's where the level 51 occurs. Duh. Well, I don't know what I'm thinking. But yeah, if you've enjoyed, feel free to subscribe. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm talking. You can also feel free to, come to the stream, hang out with us, twitch.tv/Serene Inc. Also, check, Patreon and Discord. There are links somewhere on the channel, I'm sure, if they're still not in the chat, because I keep forgetting to do that, and I really need to not forget, but I do anyway, so there's that. But yeah, I guess with that, I'll see you all next time. Ooh, these actually look really good. Where did these come? The Darklight Blanchard. Where did those come from? I'm gonna have to check, because I might want to get this. I'll have to find out based off of the rest of the set, but I mean, it's nice and dark. Would work well for, Black Mage, so. And it still looks pretty, dark, even with the pink, so. We'll see. I might figure out where that dropped from and see if I can't, Oh, these are. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see. Because these are. This is the leg and boot piece. Which means that the chest plate is probably going to be a head and chest piece. And that won't work. So. Well, we'll see. I'll look into it and we'll go from there. So. But with that, I'll see you all next time. See you later. And with that, I just kind of have to wait about a minute for the, so that Twitch will let me highlight, because, their system is freaking stupid and doesn't let you highlight to the end of the stream. But if you're here at twitch.tv/Serene Inc. watching the stream, I hope you enjoyed. Feel free to follow. And